Good evening, this is Chief Multihat. Thanks for joining my stream, watching the VODs. Certainly appreciate it. Basically, development diary today. I'm going to be kind of just focusing in on continuing to port the game over to MonoGame framework. Some fun with that. Very reminiscent of the times when I wrote what used to be called door games back in the early 90s, late 80s. Serial communications through the modem. Back when you had to write your own serial drivers in assembly, and then you have your access libraries written in C, and then I wrote an application library on top of that inside of Visual Basic. Actually, PDS 7.1, Microsoft Professional Basic. All that means is it had the ability to link in object files, binaries, from multiple sources, including C and assembly, Pascal. You just gotta select the correct framing, standard stack frame, and handle the strings as appropriate. So it's fun times. But back then, I made the serial drivers and was able to communicate to the modem and then run a bulletin board service. So they called it a door game because you had the ability to close a program but leave the communications open. And then the next driver that came by could continue the connection of that serial communication and wherever it left off of. So what you had is you had modems. That means modulation, demodulation. They're units. They're basically like computer phones that used the phone system and used the frequencies normally for voice translated so that data could be transmitted across the phone line, modem. And as the technology increased and got better, just before the internet boomed, it had faster and faster speeds. So the bulletin board service was one of those things where you had a program, it's a host. It would run and you would connect individually. You'd be greeted with a message from the system operator. The theme of the bulletin board, you can go to messages, read messages, send messages back and forth to people who also call the BBS. You could then download and upload files. And depending on what kind of networks you were connected to, you could read mail from across the world before the internet, at least before publicly accessible internet. One of those areas of entertainment within the bulletin board system was door games, and essentially the system operator would set up a program that the bulletin board service would execute. So the bulletin board service would close down and then execute the game, transferring the connection. Also, the bulletin board service would drop a data file down so that the game would read it to find out what user you were, information about you as a user and whatever other information about your account on the bulletin board for the game to use. And then how much time you had left on the game or on the bulletin board, because generally bulletin boards were set up so that there was a single use per line, and you would have people call, and you get like 45 minutes a day. So get all your stuff done in 45 minutes, and then you log off, and then the phone would be no longer busy, and someone else can call. And back then you could have 10 to 20 to 30 different bulletin boards, and you would call one, do your thing, go to the next one if it's busy, go to the next one. Eventually you do your rounds. It was kind of a nice sunsetting era of time where you had a much personalized experience. A human being ran the system, and they set things up, so that you could enjoy kind of like a computer Airbnb, kind of. So yeah, it was a fun time. Anyway, far afield. So some of those things I did in the bulletin board, decades ago, I created a whole game library, a game engine, as it were. I handled back then all of the text rendering and such for the game before I even wrote the game, kind of like what the engines did today. And it was all based off of the ANSI terminal, or the VT100. Basically, the old terminals, text information, 80 characters across, 25 characters lines down. And ANSI allowed you to move your cursor. You can encode data to move the cursor on the screen, change colors, blink, and then you would have the whole ASCII 255 characters of ASCII, which contained symbols and such, which you could creatively use to create all kinds of things. They're generally made for borders, like double line borders, single lines, but those turned into mazes, those turned into ships, all kinds of things. So yeah, the system was designed to render the remote, and I wrote it so that it rendered the local machine simultaneously. So as the person played it, I was able to see the computer screen as they saw the computer screen, and I could watch them play the game. And what I saw on my screen is what they saw on their screen. That was pretty cool. And then the internet came and ruined it all. So now we're back to making games again. And the technology is heaps different. Generally the same kind of things you do, but capabilities are different. But a real distilled version of it is, pretty much the same. So I'm translating my game, which is, I would say, way past critical mass of the building of it. Now just end pieces of it and such, and a little bit more abilities, balancing, creating the character, creating the content using the game engine rules and such. And I was working that on the website, and I wanted to see if I could convert this or port it into what would be considered like a regular game engine. Be right back. I need to get my cat. Let my cat out. So sorry. I'll be right back. Cat is adamant in staying, so okay. We'll see how long that lasts. So yeah, bolt board days, using some of the old techniques and things like that, and I'm kind of pleasantly surprised that I can get some of those some of that old functionality to work. What is that old functionality? Well, I'm using MonoGame, which is 2D, 3D engine, graphics capability. But beyond that, it's very much code first type of a game system. It can do a lot of things. Has basically all the basics. Well, not all the basics, but it has a good chunk of basics for you to develop games. Input controls, display, media, music, those type of things. You could install other libraries and such to enhance the capabilities. But with that, you as using MonoGame, you'd have to come up with most of the intermediate advanced stuff yourself. Now, it's kind of geared toward heavy coding and such. I'm using it not to replace something like Godot or anything like that. My game is fairly simple in its needs, but it has but Mono gives me a very decent graphics capability. So I could at least do that part of it. And what's also nice about it is, as I learn it, I can see how other engines will work. Oh, I need this ability. And then I go and see the engine. I see why they have, a node system or a scene type, construct when you build your game in a framework. But sticking with just Mono, you get 2D textures and all the manipulations for that, for example. And I need the ability, for example, to write text graphically on the screen and come up with basically a text driver that I'm using that's going to be grid-based. You give it a starting point, and it's line-based. So it takes the size of the font, and when you say move down, go to line 2, line 3, line 4, it will then y coordinates from the origin that you specify. It'll go down that many places that you have lines of text. I also, if you wish to put images in line with your text, I could do that too, and it's going to align it vertically in the middle of that text and put the image there, provided you're sending images about the same size as your text. And then I just now recently added color processing. So if you encode the text going into the game or into the text handler, like for example, get to zoom in just a little bit better here. Yeah, we got this text grid, I call it, draw text and draw texture. You see this tilde A and tilde. That basically means there's a 16 color palette, the old EGA color palette. You have 16 colors, black all the way up through white. And this is a light green. So tilde A means light green. And then the text after that is going to be printed out in light green. So I could change the color on the fly. So I could have colored text. So that'll look like something like this. I'll get it started. Start screen. I need a little loading splash. Now it's loaded. So the graphics and such are loaded. Now it knows it's loaded, so it showed the start menu. WASD keys allow you to move up and down. And then if I just use the D of the WASD or move right, it will basically select like start, load, and exit. Exit means it stops. Now what I need to do is add like a little flash. Then once the animation is done, execute whatever you selected. Things like that. So it's things like that. How do you handle animations? You got to come up with the timing systems and things like that. It'd be best as a programmer to maybe encapsulate those in classes and such, so you could reuse that. You can think of it as, how can I make this a framework? How can I make it reusable? I just got thinking I should have icons of like mobs, monsters. As I select on left and right, have them go up and down with it. I should do that. But anyway, so you go up and down. So there's no loading and start. They're just starting. So I'm going to hit start. Now you're in the dungeon using game data from the rule system. It's drawing out the state of the engine, and it knows I'm in a maze. It knows where I'm at. These are my characters, and now, as you can see, inline images. This is basically showing the poison condition. I have 15 hearts out of 95 HP, and I've just thrown some colors in there for testing. I was able to inline color for like 95, 70, things like that. I flip that around. I can make the colors change depending on how badly hurt you are. And then, of course, I change color for the title of the name. And because of this information, I think I'm still kind of working out about how much information I'm going to have coming in this little text block. I reduced so this is one cell. I don't have a border on. And this system is not set up to be robust. I don't have all the bells and whistles as if I'm going to hand this off to another developer. I mean, does it have a border control? Do I have a lot of the options? I don't, but this is a border. So I basically said, okay, this is the size of one cell, and I want you to create from this origin position right about here. I want you to create three across and two down. So then when I say go draw 0, 0, it allocates this area. And then when I say, and then inside of that cell, I guess, panel, I could then have, when I say draw this icon, I could just use offsets from that origin. So I could say 0, 0, 5, 5. That means it's 5, 5 from inside that each individual border. So yeah, that's basically how that kind of works. It appears that my cat now wants out. We'll see. Right here. Oh, wonderful. Keyboard cam. Why not? Can't see a thing. Can't take mic. Ridiculous. So yeah, here's moving in the maze. Or not. Moving in the maze. Also, been working on keyboard input. I can just douse myself with water. Keyboard input basically is set so that it detects the key in the frame of one frame, and once the first time it detects the frame or key press, it will then register as, yep, you press down the W key. Now, what I do here is when you hit the W key, it single frame press detects it, does the thing, but then I keep and hold down the W key. Now it means the key is still pressed. I don't want it to keep firing because it's not a single, I'm not looking for it if it's down, I'm looking for if you pressed it. But I can only detect when it's down and on frames and when it's up on frames. So while it is down, I record how many time slices, and I'm given how much time has transpired in each slice. Excuse me. I add those together and I could see, basically what amounts to how many milliseconds are you holding down the W key. Then I have a separate function that says pulse activation. Essentially says, hey, I want you to take the keyboard state, and if the key is still pushed down, consider it a first frame push if it's X number of time has passed. So I set this about 600 milliseconds. So the initial click moves, and as soon as I let up on the key, it resets it, so it knows key press, key press, key press, as you can see it. But if I hold down the W every 600 milliseconds, automatically moves. That can be configurable. So those kind of things that you would have to build out yourself. The game doesn't come with that capability. Now, if you really made the library very generic and very much just used for MonoGame, you can create a whole library full of these types of helper functions, and that would make your next game faster to develop because you'd have all these infrastructure kind of built out in a way that makes sense to you. So that's kind of the customization something like MonoGame has for you. At least that's what I've found so far. So that's what I've found so far. Maybe I just need to talk just a little bit louder or something. I don't know. Try to prevent a frog in my throat or something like that. Anyway. Yeah. So that's what I've been working on. I got the little late in stream because, well, I was working on getting the color text to work. And then I needed a shower. So, there we go. Good times. I have forgotten to let people know that I am streaming, which might explain my talking to the VOD. Alrighty. Silence. Silence is not always golden, but we get silence anyway. Alright. Alright, so basically looking at maybe working out a counter or something. meticulously going through all of these icons. What happened to my compass? Move more stuff over. I'm missing a few things here. Breathe directly into the mic. Load in some more graphics. Add an existing folder. Menus. grunts. Where is the icon sheet? Alrighty then. Well, hello and welcome there, Breadcrumb. How are you doing? Working on some screens. Gonna get some templating going. Do I want this to be a tech? I think I want this to be a tech. Okay, stop doing that. Background color. Thank you. See, if I have something like this. Now these would be different icons for each one of these, but these sizes 250. Oh, certainly. So it would be a matter of having some sort of something listening to your stream, something connected. But I'm pretty bare bones at the moment. I'm still learning how to do all this stuff. So Oops. Would like now. I don't want to abandon my website version of this game because you can still play the game that way on the website. But with this, could very well integrate playing the game with the stream, so chat can through commands as a group move through a maze like in a corner of the stream. They could send commands to fight stuff. I'm kind of visually working on an idea. I don't want to have these. So as you move left and right, your selection is on a kind of a rotisserie scrolls, and it goes from right to left or left to right, and the images start off a little bit smaller, get bigger. The one that you are selecting is the one in the center, and you kind of just, I need to work on it so I can go slide left and right. Suppose a carousel of something like no. Very fight ability. Sorry. Let's see here. Oh, I already got that one. Item. It's not even. Well, what if we did? Oh, that'd be awful. That'd be awful. It's gonna be awful. Yeah, dumb. Little dumb. All right. All right. system. What's wrong with you? Mania. That's all. 18 be the size. 18? See how this looks like. Alright. Fire up the website version of the game. Oops. Push one too many buttons. Oh, I see. Heaven forbid you have 4 groups. That'd be hideous. No flea. Need a flea. Alrighty, I will be right back. Alrighty, and I'm back. Yes. This looks garbage, but... Oh, thanks for stopping by, still needs work. Certainly appreciate you joining the guild. How are you? working on my game here, just trying to basically put a dungeon crawl game into MonoGame using C#, and kind of just working out the graphics a little bit, kind of modeling it, getting a feel for how I want the screen to be made. Doing all right. I was almost done developing the game in the website version, and I thought, I kind of want this to be more like a console, or at least a PC game, more of a standard set of play by browser. So I wanted to see how quickly could I get it moved over, and I started that journey about midweek. So I'm pretty impressed with the framework a little bit, and just kind of moving along, trying to get it going. It's really Spartan at this time, but I'll kind of show what I'm doing. I got the actual game running in the background. So this will load up. I don't have the music yet. I'll put the music in here in a little bit, but so use your WASD keys. You go through your start and load. Oh, thank you so much for subbing. Certainly appreciate that. That's awesome. Pardon the dust, as I'm still building out my channel, and I'm still working out on all the perks and all that stuff. So they're on the way. So much, thank you. So yeah, you just use your D on your WASD. I mean, don't have anything to load yet, but this does actually. So the game engine itself runs. I mean, it's its own library. I mean, it's its own component essentially, and then you either put it inside of a web service like a website, or you put it inside of MonoGame. So most of the game is ran. It's not basically not like your typical hit detection type of game. It's more of like a graphical text game, essentially. So I've separated out basically the visuals from the rule system, and I always run a, because you call those game engines, but what I wrote was actually a game engine. This is, so two different words mean the same thing. Anyways, I'm just plugging in the game into this facade, I guess. And yeah, it will load up the save game. Now this goes right to the, let's say I'm going into explore the dungeon. I'm working out templating so that I can make printing on the screen easier for me for information, for icons, and alignment of the text. I have, if you encode the text with special characters, you can change the colors in flight just by changing the text thing, and little other things like that. So yeah, the WASD allows you to move through the maze like so. With the doors. Now, as you move through this maze, the game is going to roll in the background to determine, are you going to get attacked? And if you do get attacked, then I need to work on the attack. The encounter screen is what I'm kind of working on next. For an example, for full-fledged this game. So, for example, here's I'm in battle, and the type of things I need to transfer from mostly a functioning. I mean, there's still more things to do with this, but I'm trying to rapidly get the MonoGame port up to the same level where this is at. So this is telling me I've only a group of slimes. I clicked something by accident and I started the fight. That's great. Okay. All right, so everything's fighting, and then when you could say a spell, you could pick this person to cast the spell. Let's say Firebolt 2. Everyone else fights. This is basically saying one group of slimes. 2 of them are left. Total of 2. There's 1 of them left and 1 still available to fight. Is what this verbiage means. And then these icons, the heads of your characters, are basically saying these who are actively participating in fighting this group. If there's multiple groups, you'd be able to select between these 2. So hit battle. We'll go through and describe. Basically goes through and describes the battle log. And then when you finish it out, you're going to get your gold and experience and maybe treasure and different types of events. And you rinse and repeat. I mean, this is fairly much now, because you have effects from the battle, you can have conditions still on your characters, and they're still going to affect you. You can inspect your characters, to do different kinds of maintenance spells, prepare yourself, heal yourself. You can do a camping where you're actually going to sleep in the dungeon, which is not necessarily recommended, but you got to pick people to guard, and you can sleep. And they can break camp. So this is the dungeon experience. Things that it's going to spawn. I have a lot of rules systems to spawn the monsters, different kinds of monsters. There's 10 levels of maze. There's 30 by 30 rooms, so a total of 900 rooms per level potentially. Some of those levels will be procedurally generated, maybe. But otherwise, I have an editor that allows me to go out and create all these mazes. Then as you move through, it's telling me, okay, a couple things has happened here. I got attacked by a random thing. Yep, potentially. If you filled every single room up, you could have 900 rooms. That's gonna be a lot of rooms. For maximum effect, you could do that. And then as you get to the edge of the maze, it just wraps around to the other side of the maze, so it's perpetual. So yeah, as you move around the maze, you can also have random things that occur that your characters can try to avoid by their stats and their abilities, but apparently a cloud of bats attacked us and did damage to us. So some of us resisted it, and the rest of them got hurt. And Bob is still corroded from the last attack, so he still has that ongoing. So every time you move around, see, now he's no longer corroded. And these controls, you can see how you can flip around in the maze. Dreknar, basically his perception, his ability to kind of sense danger has went off, and he's letting you know that as you're moving forward, your chance of danger is higher. Now that it's blank, there's a good chance that you might be attacked next, because right before you get attacked, it's a higher chance to let you know when you're about to be attacked. Or it's harder to do that. And then, okay, I must have moved out of the zone. Okay, here we go. Nope. Bob is engulfed in a wave of foreboding. That basically means the very next move that you do, you're going to get attacked. Unless you do a non-move, like inspect, cast a spell, go to Bob, which is a cleric. He's going to go ahead and give us some massive armor. And we hit ready. Everyone gets armor enhancement. And then I exit inspection. And then if I turn my right or left or whatever, there's the encounter. Alright, 3 more slimes again. So I'll pick everyone to just start off by attacking. I will then say cast a spell, have my mages cast Fire Blast, for example, but the rest will just, everyone's going to fight now, and battle. Yeah, get a little bit of get a readout as what happened. You can control the speed of which this, this rolls. And we have 1 out of 1 left. Basically, there's only 1 out of total of 3 that were, and we haven't slept it or anything, done anything, so it's not incapacitated. So they're fully threatening. But I'll just have everybody fight. And then battle. Critical damage. Awesome. There we go. Took care of some slimes. When you go back to town, basically the game is, you're centered around a town. So with that town, you're going to have part of the game where you can go in and say, hey, what is about this place? You can read up about it. You can go to your Adventure and Guidance Success Center. Basically describes how to play the game. It gives you it allows you to review your characters, get your stats, look through your stats. It also allows you to order them. Excuse me. But you click on a head and you click on the person you want to move, so you can rearrange their order. Generally, your first 3 positions at the top are your fighter levels, melee, and then the back 3 are ranged. But it doesn't mean that you have to be ranged, just that it gives you some abstract formation, basically. And it goes through and kind of tells you more about the game. What are your stats, what they do, what are weapons and armor, what are abilities, and then overview of what kind of roles you could play. And then you got the various places where the guild hall. This is where you can see your active party. You can decide to take them out. Well, yeah, this is about 2 years worth of work. You go to say this is how you recruit. So you look at adventurers seeking fame. You say, I want a fighter, and then you just go down and find it. I get some quirks because it's a website. Yeah, and then you just hit if you hit edit, you can change the name. I don't know. Just call it muscle. And if you hit train, that's how you re-roll your stats. Roll as much as you want to kind of get the stats you want. But mind you, every time you roll, that character loses luck because you're trying to tweak out his stats. Luck is helpful. It's nice to have. Get you out of some deadly pinches. But if you have good stats, and at some point I need to kind of give an indication like how much luck they have. I suppose if you keep training, I might have to have like negative. I might have to have like bad luck. I don't know, a little something, because I don't want. It's not a game of how long you can click necessarily, but you do want to have some kind of random adjustments to your character. All of this could be changed, of course, but yeah. And then you could either recruit that character that will either go into your pool that's in your guild, or it can go into an empty slot in your existing party, and you get multiple parties. So the game is basically create. You're the guild master, and you direct and guide all these adventurer parties. You put them together. You might take them apart and rearrange them. Certain groups might work better at different parts of the dungeon. Also, you could just take one group and go all the way if you want, but generally, you would want to kind of keep a couple parties up at the same level, so you can go back and work on them. Certain levels might be there to procure items, so maybe you have a character group that's basically designed to go to that level, get money and get resources, whereas your other adventuring party goes deeper and deeper in the dungeon. And that's a real quick view of the game. I mean, it's just your classic retro dungeon crawl RPG that grindy. I mean, that's kind of part of the game, is going and beat on more and more monsters and such. From the developer standpoint, it's a C# language. Was using ASP.NET Core in a website, Razor Pages and such, and HTMX, using that as some of the client side, the server side communication. And I'm using, like, on the JavaScript side, I use like a Howler as the sound library to help manage that. So yeah, completely homegrown website. I didn't quite understand. Well, haven't had the time to learn all the engines yet. So, but I do know how to make utility websites. I mean, I'm not a front end developer. I'm a back end basically, but I can make Spartan or functional front ends. So I basically want to make a game. What use what I know and made a game with it. And then now I'm attempting to make that game, that functionality, I need to copy up and make it parity, and pair, excuse me, have the same parity as the website version. But yeah, there's quite a bit involved in the game. Because you have to make all the game rule systems. There's spells, there's armor, there's weapons, there's items, there's all the mob generation and their abilities. A lot of it is behind classes within C#. Most of it though, is centered around the fact that it's data driven. Right now it's just JSON files collected. But if you change those configuration files, you can change the game. In fact, you can change out all the graphics and completely change the game if you wanted to. Make it space. If you wanted to make it a space theme, you can do that. Essentially. But a lot of it's data driven for the website. For the like Steam game, which is the kind of the goal I want with this, so you can make a purchase on Steam. It's a single player. There's nothing really would stop me to actually allow you to run this as a web service. You might get the website version of it along with the Steam game. And by purchasing that, you can run Dungeons of Treptera on your host your own server if you wanted to, and play the website version. But I'll see how I can keep the parity between the two. They're going to look a little bit different on each one of them. But the same type of data will be in both of them, so you'll fight the same monsters and have the same graphics. Kind of an experience. And some of the nice to haves maybe further in the future. It's almost multiplayer ability. Almost have a multiplayer capability. I'd have to kind of see what that would look like. Now, what's funny is, because I can kind of get I was surprised I was able to get this maze to render and be responsive within a day. That was kind of nice. I got to thinking about, what if you made a completely different game where you got this maze and you move through the maze, and then it's tower defense, where you'd set up your monsters and they move down the hallway, or you put them in places, and then monsters will come enemies will come through, and you have to run around the maze setting up the battles, and maybe doing a few battles individually, and you have to basically win back the maze. I don't know. I just kind of threw that. I was just kind of thinking, if this didn't work out, maybe I could reuse assets or something. I don't know. We'll see. But I got to keep focused. I got to make the game work in mono like I do on the website. Oh, certainly. Well, the secret is, with the website, I have all the admin tools that actually allow you to create all the mazes, the doors, you could set up all of the how to spawn the monsters, what gets spawned, the rules for spawning, setting up the difficulty for each level. So I'll use it for my own game generation, but this could be used along with that. This is the mobile editor. This allows you to actually create the monsters in the game. And what this is basically doing is you're setting up rules to spawn monsters. And the smallest unit of enemy is the enemy party, which can contain, I have to put a limit in it. Technically, I don't know what the limit could be. I know if you get above 6 to 8 fighters, or 5 monsters in a party, and your party of 6, you start losing pretty quickly. So, but yeah, that's I went ahead and put in a YAML editor. So this up at the top sets up YAML templates, so you can copy and paste over into the structure. The left structure over here is the main structure. This is not consumer friendly, yet. I don't think I'm going to tend to be totally consumer friendly. I'll have like a document that describes how to use it if you do run this as your own game. But yeah, I had to make this. I had this tool set so that I could go and edit the data for the game. So yeah, there's spells editor, the weapons, the armor, and the scenarios type of thing. So yeah, this is a 3-table system. You know, the largest table. Scenarios contain encounters, and encounters contain party spawns. So you get to choose what's your percentage of chance of getting. Say have humanoids. At level, and I can have like set up. So the humanoids, I could say, you can have the definition to look at your average party level and make a decision as to what sort of how strong the monster to generate and so forth. Yeah, and you just make permutations of that. So basically you're theming your monsters together, putting into encounters for different types of to get a different mix of strategies. And then you could have like an overall scenario. So like a scenario would contain your in general groups of monsters in your maze. And then you can make specific requests within the maze, like, okay, this room is just skeletons, or this room is just all kinds of scavenger type monsters, that type of thing. This room is nothing but dragons, heaven forbid, or something like that. Yep. So yeah, that's kind of the concept of this. Now I'm trying to figure out how to get that into here. So it'll be by probably a month. I don't think it'll be too much longer. Kind of really like to get it to work. I don't know if I'm going to build the editors in this game. That might be something. I don't know. We'll see. Then again, you could fire up. I mean, I could have it set up so that it fires up a local website and launches your browser to connect to it, and it's just the admin screens. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, there's the code. So a lot of this code is MonoGame centric, handling of the graphics, and it's going to have to handle like how you're going to go about animating. You're going to have to come up because it's mono. You have to build everything from scratch-ish. It has the graphic capability, but you have to like determine, when you animate, you'll need to kind of figure out what frames you are in and pause. Keep on an index. Say you have 5 or 6 animations, pictures, frames, and you create your own process to loop through those. Now, what I'll try to do is I'll try to create generic classes and such to handle as much of that I can as my own little internal framework, and basically start building out some helper tools. I've kind of done that with my text grid. I made a text grid object that essentially says, hey, you have a vector which represents the upper left corner of a block of space of screen, and then I'm going to say that screen is of a certain size, so that way I know where to draw into, and then from that, depending on the font you're using, it's going to get the size of that font to determine the vertical and horizontal per character. Or if you pass in a string of text, it'll say this is how much screen space it's going to take, calculates that, and then I can send in coordinates like, well, in this particular case, I'm going to say, what line do I want to write the text on? Line 1, it's 1 based. So 1 through however many I think will fit in a block. Now, it's not robust so that it can be used by other people, so I don't have like, how many lines to set up, or does it have borders, or does it have drag and drop? It just, hey, we need to have it draw lines of text in a confined space, relatively rubber stampable. So that's what this does. And as I need, I've added some extension functions to do some chaining, because it just syntactically looks easier when I want to do some nice things like, okay, on line 3, I'm going to start off with a icon. So this does allow you to draw a texture in line with the text. It vertically aligns its metals into the middle of the text line. So it expects that you're probably going to throw at it small images. I mean, makes sense. Just depends. So you could say on line 3, start with a status icon, and then it's gonna record. It's gonna basically remember the starting point of the next. Where's the X position going to start next? So if I start text, it lines up and starts after that icon. It remembers that. And so this continues it. So I can say like chain, start with texture, chain text, and then it says something in the text, and then it's going to remember the last position of the cursor basically as it writes across. Add another piece of texture if I want to, or add more text. And then I just got through adding today the ability to do color adjustment. So that means I'm going to go through and look for tildes. If you have a tilde and it's a single character, hex character, 0 through F, it says what color you want that text. So if you say tilde A text tilde and feed it into this text writer, it's going to then say, oh, I'm going to change the color to lime green, print that text out, and then wait for the next command. If the next command is to send, by default, it's going to be like a default color, but yeah, you can set your, you have colored text. That's how I can get the, because I needed some functionality to be able to format, in the game, that type of thing. So yeah, kind of working on have to understand if I could define a block or a rectangle of screen, and then I say I want a cell inside of that rectangle to be of a certain size. Then if I give coordinates 0, 0, it's going to start at the top left of that box, and it's going to confine the whatever I draw in that cell, so I can have a gridded. It's basically trying to make a gridded way of putting things onto the screen. Because I've come from the website doing that, and I thought, oh, I need something like that. So that's what we're kind of working on now. Learning all kinds of things. So I suspect I can take the knowledge I'm learning from like Mono, doing things a little bit more manual. I'll appreciate like Godot, seeing how it works. But maybe we'll see. So yeah, kind of a quick, brief overview. Certainly appreciate. So yeah, I'm putting on the different hat now. I have to do graphics. so all the graphics in the game is artwork I've done. I've made all the monster art. So I do all the art, and then I have to animate it. Do the art, and then with that, I do use Kevin MacLeod. I can never probably pronounce. I apologize for butchering the name. But essentially, he's a musician who creates lots of music to be used in like streams or indie game development. it's basically a Creative Commons license. It goes, I give you royalty free. You may use this music as much as you want in your games. Distribute it with your games. Just include the CC license, the Creative Commons attribution, which in the game I do. I go to the configuration here. This is the game music I'm using in the game, and then I have attribution where you can click on that and it'll bring you. So this is the website. So if you're making games and you need some music background, or you need to take some, he also has sound effects and such too. If he wants to cut that up and make use of it in your game, do so. So I would highly recommend. Or find a friend or an employee to make your game music. Now this music here, I actually wrote this, but it's not as cool as the other music, so I won't use much of my music in it. So that's a little test. Yep. Right. I'm going to delve into more coding here, or more typesetting. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out basically is like, what if I had, this is the attack screen, for example, pardon my throat. Was there a link you're trying to do? I think I've links kind of turned off for the moment. No, I have not. What does that do? Oh, nice. I'll need to check that out some point in time. Get that copied down here. Strudel. There's also another place called, I've been using it for quite a while, flat.io. Now it's out with code that actually gives you like a composition tool set where you could create music scores, and it has instruments to play, and it will generate MIDI files, MP3 files off the music you create as well. I've been kind of wanting to look at some of these audio processors, kind of a studio where you can go through and, map out all the sounds and different things like that. There's only so many things I can get into at once. But that is something that, would be nice to kind of get into. Last time I really made music was with the old Apple, using tones and sound effects by collecting, randomly picking a bunch of high frequency tones to make it sound like glass is shattering. Strudel.cc. Yeah. I will definitely take a look at that. So, for example, I'm I'll use an outline just so I can see what's happening here. So most likely that's going to be the cell. Excuse me. Nope, don't do that. Move this out of the way. And then you have another one that's like something like that. Okay. So this would be a grid of just 0 as the y-axis is the max, and then 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0. I would just, so when I set that grid up, I would just need to know that pixel point here. And from there, I'd understand how to extrapolate those. And then when I say draw in cell 2, I would have all of these mapped out in relative positions of cell. And this text box, I have a text box here, separately mapped out. So here I would say the size, I'd have the size and the position within the offset of that. I'd probably further create a grid within here which will be an offset of this. So I need to make my classes capable of having children that can understand the offsets. So I can just have to tell it, draw this head in position 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, no, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. And put the portrait here. That type of thing. So basically templating screen parts and getting that to work, and then hooking in the input system to when it knows that it is going to select groups. I'll have to know how many of these plaques or panels are available, and then the idle animation would be for this to kind of float up and down. As you hit WASD or WAD, it's going to rotate back and forth. Hit space to select, it then drops down. And here's where I'm debating. Drops down to picking the arrow would drop down to here. This would be all blank, no arrows up here. This arrow then flash up and down. You pick, scroll back and forth what you want to do, like fight, and then below this would be your party. So I'd probably this set up. Have this set up so that it would, well, maybe I need to expand it to make it, maybe I need to make it bigger. See how bad it looks. Blue is black when I get the template mask done, but, and these white lines will disappear, of course. Alright, let's just pick this. Let's increase the size, resize it to percentage. %. The flee button. Flee. Far away. Away. You know, and I gotta put in, like, you know, movie quotes and stuff. Alright, brave Sir Robin, let's go. Come on, really? It's bad enough that all my graphics, all my art is done in MS Paint. So, there is that. Technically. So here's the character menagerie, I guess. The yeah, all the characters, all the so I'll do like a base image in MS Paint, and then I'll use AS Sprite to do hue shifting at some point. I'll probably use AS Sprite for other things, or I may graduate to an actual paint program at some point. Oh, nice. Yeah. I used to do this by mouse, and I finally got an XP pen. But yeah, so I have like a... Let's pick this guy. There you go. Actually, he's a color. There we go. This is a furry slime. Woolly slime. And then we got, you can have your snakes. And you got, then you have your humanoid monsters. I don't know if these are orcs, not ogres. I just call them humanoids at the moment. But yeah, these guys are your main brutes of the game. I have a lot of different colors of them. I have different abilities. Because you got to expand the graphics. You got to expand your, you got to color shift them to get more bang for the buck. Here's like an Ani. More Sinister Wonder. Then I have a lot of kobolds. We gotta have kobolds. Different kinds of kobolds do different things. You got the magical ones, or ones with abilities. Got an octopus, I guess. So I kind of have a few underwater things. I got an octopus. I got a drowned, more of a kind of a marine zombie. Of course, you got zombies. I mean, what RPG is not without zombies? Somewhere. Zombies. Where are the zombies? Zombie. Looking a little awful there. This is a Devourer, another deadly slime. Your typical slime. And of course, you're going to have, like, your treasure. This is treasure. Nope, treasure. And this is a mimic. Yes, in disguise. So yeah, gotta have some fun with this stuff. I have an owl, giant owl. Frosty bear. And of course, spiders. So I use like Miro, and I've tried to take these images and grab them together and try to organize them in types of monsters to kind of give a overview. Hello, Manel. How you doing? And then, yeah, this is a trilobite. So yeah, it's been fun making the graphics. When I first started making this, I'm like, I need someone to draw something for me. Can't find anybody, so I had to take the latent ability and work on it. So I'm getting better at it. It's been taking some time. Some creepy stuff. So yeah, some sharing of some of the graphics. Then I go to pixel art. It's definitely an amateur product. So I was kind of thinking, as you select the groups, this moves. You know what? You probably should do this. I really want to keep Yeah, so I guess how this works here. Alright, I will be right back. Right back. Appreciate it. Screwed up. All right. No time.
Okay, it looks a little bright now, huh? See, now it's a little bit better.
Excuse me. Just realized something. Why would you show me the parameters? Telesense has gone to crap. Oh. So focus on the AI crap. Lost stability originally. Oh. And rebuild the assets. Well, thank you for sticking out with me with the happy to be watching along with the VOD as I've just been coding, doing a little dev diary here. I certainly appreciate your time. For those who've stopped by, thank you. And I certainly appreciate you. All right, well, I will be ending the stream. Be back probably before Friday.